Bridget,
Yes.
can you make it possible for me to rename myself?
Yeah, so do you see the participant button there?
Yeah.
If you click on the participant button and then find your name or find Fred's name and click more. So when you click on the participant button, it opens a
Oh, I
window.
see. I
You see your
see.
name, you click more, and then you can say rename.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll shut up now.
Hi, Jaylene.
Hi, Mike.
How's it going?
It's going fine. How are you?
Just digging in, ready to go.
I wasn't able to make it to HQ this evening, but here I am.
There's perks to being at home.
Well,
So when you're looking at the, if I may, just for a moment, when you're looking at the agenda, do you normally just look at it in this view, or do you go into the read mode, which puts this little, I guess I can do full screen, this little bar, oh, I guess I can remove this bar over here out of the way. Maybe I'll do that.
Two modes up there, right? There's read and what's the other one?
Full screen, yeah.
yeah, there's a larger full screen.
I usually go in
Problem with
the-
that is I can't,
other
the
part, yeah.
navigation isn't all there, to get back to where it needs to go if I'm bouncing around.
You hit
Right.
the escape button, it'll take you right back there, but I do see what you mean.
I go to that one.
All right, I'll just put this up out of the way so it's not being obtrusive when people are trying to get to what they need to get to.
Yes, thank you. Thank you both for the teamwork.
Yep, my pleasure. We're here for. Okay, then I will zip it. I think we're ready to go though. Bridget, how do you feel?
All set?
Okay.
Good to
Also,
go.
on my end, we have several commission comments that Commissioner Chair Doyle will probably be reading instead of me, but we'll see how this goes.
Okay, and we have at least one commenter online as well. It's gonna comment live.
Okay, yeah, I did get an email also. We did see an email indicating that there would be a comment live as well. So I'm not sure if that's the same one. But I'm sure as soon as Chair Doyle announces public comment, we'll hopefully be able to.
That sounds peach keen.
Hi, Jaylene. Hi, Mike.
Oh,
Hi, Elena.
I didn't send an email, so maybe there's somebody else.
yes, okay. Perfect,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Great. Cool. Yeah, I think we'll be in good hands. It's a, whoops, I'm gonna turn that off. Where's my screen share?
Okay.
I'm glad I'm working out the bugs now. Put it behind.
Well, the IT team, your team is such an amazing team. So always there to support and help us.
There we go. We do our darndest, don't we, Bridget? All right, well then I will,
I'm trying to unmute and respond. Yes.
yes, we do. Well, I'm gonna go dark. Let's see, it's 6:30, 5:39, so we'll come back online about 5 till as people are starting to show up, and we'll go from there.
Okay, just really quickly before you leave, I did manage to find some information here, and it looks like it would be a member of the, let's see, a member of the Advocates for the Sonoma County Archives that plans to read into the during the public announcement.
And they were given all the login credentials, and so they're just gonna log in, and we'll just make note of it when they arrive.
I would imagine that when the chair calls for public comment, they probably will be. So we'll just kind of take a, make sure to monitor that. And
Okay,
I would be happy with that.
And you've
Sounds
got start time and the things you were asking me last time we talked, start time and OMT members, right?
I'm
Jaylene?
sorry, Bridget, I didn't.
You mentioned keeping track of the start time as well as the end time, I think, and then OMT members.
So yes, I will handle that on my end. Chair Doyle normally announces the exact start time when she calls the meeting to order. So she's pretty good about that. And I've got my clock here, so I'll be monitoring all that.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Mhm.
Jaylene, could you please unmute yourself?
Hi, Commissioner Cahill.
Hi. Just so you'll know, I may be making an amended motion to the motion to approve the budget this evening. And I wanted you to know that it includes a couple of electronic titles to documents that Ann sent us a week ago Friday. And I'm going to read them out, but don't worry about it because I'll send you this motion in email after the meeting, okay?
Okay.
All right, just wanted you to
Thank
know.
you. I appreciate that.
Afternoon.
Howdy, howdy. How are you, David?
Hey, real good. I can't complain. Well, I could, but it would be wrong.
It's windy here. How about you? Is it windy there?
No, not yet. It's been a little breezy, but right now it's
Oh,
it's
Helena
dead calm.
Whistler's there.
Yeah.
Hi, Antoinette.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi there. Ann?
Okay.
Good evening.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi, Barbara.
We're waiting for Reese and for Commissioner Reese, Commissioner Foxen, and Commissioner Newberg. All right, we'll give them 1 minute.
Hi, Karen.
Hello.
Hello. All right, we're still missing 2 of our commissioners. But not to. Haven't gotten any messages.
Here comes Reese.
There we go. And we're still missing Commissioner Newberg. All right. All right, why don't I call this meeting to order? I know we've got a lot to do. Thank you very much for joining us. It's very exciting that all of the branches have opened. So I am going to call us to order. Today, June 7th, 2021. Commissioner Cahill,
Here.
Commissioner Elkin,
Here.
Commissioner Foxen,
Here.
Commissioner Heavenridge,
Here.
Commissioner Hauser,
Here.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Here.
Commissioner Mulford.
Here.
There you go. I knew you were
Thank
here.
you.
Commissioner Newberg. Last little minute. All right. Commissioner Parker.
Here. And it looks like Commissioner Newbern is just coming in.
Ah, fabulous. And Commissioner Schneider.
Here.
Yeah, well, Commissioner Newberg, are you with us?
Here.
Excellent. All right. All of us together. We are going to start with something that's traditionally one of the best, one of the most anticipated items on our agenda all year, I think, the summer reading program. Kathy?
Hi, this is, can I, not visible, there I am. Hi, this is Kathy DeWeese. Thank you for having me come to speak with you this evening. I am here to share information about this year's summer reading program. I thought I was off the hook for doing a big dog and pony show, but it seems like you guys have a long memory. Yeah, I'm excited to share information about summer reading. The summer reading program started last Tuesday, June 1st, and it goes through Saturday, August 14th. You can sign up right now, not that you would be distracted from this meeting, of course, but sonomalibrary.beanstack.org. You can sign up on your phone through the Beanstack Tracker app, or you can also sign up and track your minutes on a paper log. There is that overview in the commission packet. First, I'm going to be sharing some more information with you, but first I would like to share a promotional that was created and coordinated and produced by staff. May I share screen for a moment? It's very short. All right, I'm going to do a quick screen share. And I have to do the sound thing too, right? Share sound. Where is that? Share sound. Okay. Here it goes. Tell me if this is working. short and sweet, but wasn't that cute? And did you notice the special guest that was made its appearance in that summer reading video? The library's new library mascot, Otto the Otter. I'm not sure if that announcement has been made to the commission yet, but he there he was coming through and reading a book. So a little bit of information about this year's summer reading program. So last year we had to really quickly pivot to do a fully distance summer reading since the libraries were primarily closed through the whole planning period and then had just started to read for curbside. This year, it's still been in flux. We've been kind of shifting our service model every few weeks or so. And so we did have a lot more flexibility with our planning and what we were planning on accomplishing, but we did decide to keep some of the adaptations we had made for last summer. And then also we did make the decision that all events were going to be virtual through the summer. Because we didn't know how quickly we would be allowed to resume in-person events. Of course, right now people are like, so why aren't we in person? But we made that decision and we planned it for those virtual events. And I think it's going to be great. The goals of our summer reading 2021 continue to be to foster a culture of reading in our community, and then also to encourage participants to read 20 minutes each day. We are building on some of the structures we've used for previous summer reading programs. It's a one program for all ages. It's a minutes-based reading challenge to reflect that the effort that a person who is a voracious reader spends on reading is not the same as the effort or that the number of pages in books that a person reads as a voracious reader versus someone who's learning to read are very different. So the number of minutes logged is best practices show to be a more accurate or a more equitable model for a reading program. And as we mentioned in the packet, each participant is encouraged to read 16 hours over the course of the summer. And that multiplies out to about the 20 minutes a day that is recommended to come at the summer slide. So this summer, we are offering incentives for participation, which we were able to do last summer because of budget uncertainty. So each week in June and July, raffle winners will be pulled for each branch from the names of people who actually participated that week. That means you need to actually log minutes to be eligible for a weekly raffle. If you read 20 hours in one week and then no hours or no minutes in the next week, then you're eligible for one raffle, but not the next. So we're kind of trying to way to encourage people to keep reading all summer long. At the end of the summer, there will be a grand prize incentive raffle for pulled from all of people who completed their 16 hours. So that kind of dual raffle structure. Another incentive that we're keeping is the concept of rewarding reading with more reading. We have gotten positive feedback on free books as prizes. So there will be a free, read 8 hours to get a free book and then read the 16 hours to get the second free book. So 2 free books. Other stuff. So I mentioned that we had a lineup of fun virtual events. We have 3 virtual author visits this summer. Neil Schusterman, who is a very well-known teen children's author, is coming up next Saturday. Then right at the turn of June, July is Gabby Rivera. And in mid-July is Jeff Chang. So 3 author visits this summer. Children's events include and make crafts, virtual programs, including like music, dance, theater, and magic. The one that I'm looking forward to is one called Broadway Sings, where we actually have Broadway stars who are going to lead trivia and singing and fun stuff like that. The teen events, special events like Hip Hop for Change, DIY jewelry, trivia, songwriting, and stuff like that, in addition to weekly teen programming. The adult events, we have a paint night, we have a nostalgia radio program, we have crafting programs, fiber arts, the monthly documentary series and Read Back book clubs, and then also a cool program that's called Donde Está Mi Gente, and it's like a program of music and literary readings and stuff like that. And so that one is also really exciting. There's more, just a quick overview. On top of the virtual events, we're offering a community-wide scavenger hunt as a way that families and individuals can collaborate hands-on and participate in this fun community event. The scavenger hunt is held through an app called Goose Chase, and you would sign up through the library's events calendar to get the link to join the scavenger hunt. We cut back a little bit on our printed materials than we did in normal years. We did print out a booklet that's got this show and tell. That's let's see, where am I? The booklet has a copy of the entire event schedule. It's got descriptions of the events. It's got a description of the entire program. It's got the reading log in there as well. You can pick one of those up at your local branch. And there, we also distributed reading logs to Boys and Girls Clubs and to the school sites that are serving lunch across the county, as well as the printed log is also available to download from the website. And we are doing a big marketing push. You may have seen print and information about the reading program in the Press Democrat. I know that our communications department has done a big push to get us on radio, to get us in newspapers, and to get as much coverage to promote the program as we can. Last year, being fully virtual and having no incentives at all, we had a much lower participation rate than we normally do. I would say though that the percentage of people who did read 20 minutes a day was still in a good percentage as what we were looking for our statistics. This year, we have a goal of just increasing by 10 or 15% the percentage of people who complete the programs, because we really have no idea what it's going to look like for how many people sign up versus when we're doing it fully in person, and how many people complete it from when we're doing it fully in person. So again, we're kind of comparing apples to oranges from last year to the year before, and this year we are going to push really hard and work really hard to get everyone in our community reading. That is the content of the presentation I was to share with you today. Any comments or questions?
Commissioners, any comments, questions? Looks fabulous as always.
Thank you.
All right, well, we look forward to it, and many of us will sign up, we feel certain.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. All right, we're going to move on to item 4, which is public appearances. And this is the section of the agenda where people who have comments about things that are not elsewhere on the agenda can comment too. I know that there are a lot of people who are anxious to make some comments about some of the business on the agenda, but this is for people who want to talk about things that are not currently on this agenda. So are there any public comments? I'm not seeing any hands. All right. Then we'll move to item 5, which is Library Board, Library Advisory Board, Foundation, and Friends of the Library reports. And President Sarah Ortiz from the Foundation is on the agenda. Do we have Sarah?
I do not see her, Chair Doyle.
Oh, okay, well then, we will look forward to her next report here. They're always full of interesting information. And we will move on to library reports. Director Hammond.
Good evening, everyone. Ann Hammond, Library Director. So as you know, we are in our second stage of express service, began on May 24th. It's going really well. Our libraries are open 50% capacity, 5 hours a day. And it's really made a lot of people very happy to be able to come back in the library and spend time browsing. The use of curbside pickup has dropped off as expected, but the people who are still taking advantage of that service are very appreciative of it. Some people just don't feel comfortable yet going fully into life as it was, even with a mask and the social distancing. And that's fine. We want to make sure that we serve the public in the ways that works best for them. So you'll look through the division reports there. You'll see the information about our checkouts and our circulation, our programming. That's all going really well. I just wanted to draw your attention to a couple of things. Looking at the Further down, there's a mention of staff who attended the COSUGI and the California Library Association conferences. We're really happy that staff were able to attend both of those because they are very valuable conferences. Also, this week, starting tomorrow, is the International Public Library Fundraising Conference, which again this year will be online. And our own Siri Tongjer, Fund Development Manager, was asked to serve on the committee putting together the conference. So we have an in there. We know that it's going to be a really valuable conference. So if you haven't signed up yet, you may still be able to. We can check with Siri later on that. Roseland is moving right along on schedule. We're looking forward to doing a kind of a soft opening early in July. So we're extremely happy about that. And you may have seen the little video that was prepared for that. And then speaking about fundraising, I would also like to draw your attention to the couple of large endowments we've received lately. We're very excited about that. I spoke with the stepson of Mr. Morton, who left us $830,000 for the Northwest branch, and let him know how very appreciative we are of that, and really excited to be coming up with ideas to make that branch a better place for the community. And he was really happy to hear about that. Shall I go forward into the archives report at this time, Commissioner Doyle?
Yeah, would you like we usually take the questions and comments at the end of end of 6-1. Would you like to do it that way, or would you like comments as we go along?
Okay, let me see, where is,
We could take comments before we go into the budget and finance report.
let's do it that way. That would be
Okay,
helpful.
sounds good.
Okay, so the archives report for this month, we have completed the in-house inventory, and there's a lot of information there about what we discovered. It was a very useful exercise, I believe, and really helped us have a better understanding of what we're dealing with out there. And so you'll see that staff have determined that approximately 85% of the materials either belong to the county or courts or the city of Santa Rosa. And the remaining things are deemed to be the property of the library. And that's based on the types of materials they are, and government records or maps or photographs, things that are of more general interest to the public. And also it's based on the deed of gift. So some things specifically say they were gifted to the library, and some say they are gifted to the county. So going forward from there, I've been working closely with staff from the county. I've provided them with the results of the inventory, also with several information about several properties that we've been exploring as potential places to relocate materials. We've given them an estimate for moving costs that we received from a moving company, and estimate from offsite storage in case they choose to go that direction. Also let them know that we are, as always, willing and able to help in whatever way needed to make sure that the materials are moved to safety and they continue to be available to the public. So that's where we are right now.
Okay.
And also the moving along through 6, at the Commission's request, Sri Tongjer has prepared history of Friends and Foundation giving to the library. It's very interesting, very comprehensive. So we're quite grateful to all of our Friends organizations and the Foundation for their continued support of the library. Goes further then into the communications reports, library news, and publications that have mentioned the library or library activities in the past month.
And there's a lot of it because you're opening.
Yes, people are excited about that. So that brings us up to the financial reports. And I believe we have Randy Seipel with us this evening.
Did we decide that we were going to take public comment on that first half? Or?
Oh, that's right. Yes, we should do
Yeah.
the public comment. Oh, and I just noticed the library news, the picture of Otto, and I wanted to mention Kathy and I had a fabulous meeting last week with folks from Kathy, help me out. Was it the North American Otter Society?
River Otter Society or something.
Yeah, they had seen the announcement about our new mascot, and they wanted to offer their services and programming and assistance with different activities that we might do concerning Otto. So we were pretty happy about that.
How utterly charming.
Yes.
All right.
It's the River Otter Ecology Project.
Yes.
That's nice. That's nice. Then I will, we can take public comment and then we will take library commission comments on Anne's report.
I'm going to be unmuted.
I'm sorry? Jaylene, do you want to?
Sure,
walk
we do
through the-
have a Helena Whistler with her hand up. Chair Doyle,
All right.
perhaps
Please.
for a public comment?
You have the floor.
Okay, great. Thank you. I've never used the hand thing before, so it's a new experience for me. But before I start, and I won't take up a lot of time because I know there's not a lot of time, I do want to, it's nice to see everybody, and I want to thank you for all the work that you do. I know that both staff and commissioners put in a significant amount of time on getting all this accomplished to make the library as wonderful as it is. I did want to talk about the archives, and my point I want to make tonight is that, you know, it is a legacy service that the library has continuously provided since 1964 to the residents of the County of Sonoma. There's written documentation, there's a long history of past practice. The county and the city and the library, the practices between them confirm this role. And, you know, I get the impression that the library director no longer wants the library to serve in this capacity. And I would ask that she clearly state that intention so that a public discussion as well as formal action can be taken by the commission. The commission, as the governing and administrative body of the library, is responsible to comply with all the terms of the JPA in carrying out library oversight. Any decision that changes the role of the library, such as deciding the library is not going to be the county archives, has to be made by the commission. A decision by the director alone, for whatever intentions that decision is, without public explanation and discussion, as well as a formal commission vote, is an insufficient decision. To make decisions on the issue, the commission needs, at the very least, a complete understanding of how such a change will affect the library and our community. A unilateral decision to make the change is not sufficient. Serious discussion and engagement with the library's governmental partners and the public is very important. Transparency through this process is very important. If the commission ignores its oversight duties and allows the archives, a legacy public service, to be dissolved without a clear understanding and without more formal investigation, the commission members will have failed to carry out their responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Jaylene, I think you have a number of other ones.
I do. We have received 5 in total, one with the intent to be read by a member of the advocates for the Sonoma County Archives. I'm not sure if they are present at this time, but I shall move forward with what we have. So the first letter is, here we go. Please find the archives a permanent location before relocating boxed data to a warehouse. As a fourth generation Santa Rosan, a permanent location could be developed into a destination stop for genealogists as well as families looking for ancestors. What a moneymaker it could become. Can you picture Juilliard Park with a replica Hogue House, Church of One Tree, a venue center, and the lovely mission-style building at 203 Santa Rosa Avenue, a genealogy resource center? Tourists could visit Luther Burbank Garden, stroll downtown to shops and restaurants. The Prince Memorial Walk would take them to Old Town. Tourists could board Rosie, the trolley, for a town tour or trip to the Sonoma County Museum. We are sitting on a gold mine. Please don't let our precious history go the way of the Robert Leroy Ripley Archives, boxed in a basement. From Sharon Ridley Smith. I was born in Sonoma County over 70 years ago and am a lifetime resident of Sonoma County. 2 generations before me lived in this county. I am counting on all of you to preserve and protect the Sonoma County Archives. I have comments on several of your agenda items for today's meeting. Chair Doyle, I will read 6.1.2 relating to the archives. I commend the library staff on the work which has been done to better identify the materials currently stored in the Sonoma County Archives. I ask the commission to reevaluate the decision to move only 15% of the archive materials to the library facilities. As you are aware, the archives are currently stored in a facility in a very fire-prone area. These materials are irreplaceable. Previously, the library has taken a leadership role in preserving and protecting these important records. Since the County of Sonoma and City of Santa Rosa do not have a current specific plans to protect the archives, I ask the library to step forward to move all the current archive materials to a safe storage location. It is essential that this be done without delay as we have already entered the fire season, and this year we will have severe fire danger. Please think for a moment how awful you would feel if you passed up this opportunity to preserve these documents and they were lost forever in a fire this year. I know this is a difficult decision, but preservation must be done. Moving the records now will provide additional time to work out a more permanent solution with the County of Sonoma and City of Santa Rosa. I beg you to take the courageous step of voting to preserve all the archived materials in a new safe location. Deborah McKay. Dear Library Commission members, thank you for this opportunity to comment on tonight's archives report. I look forward to viewing the meeting. I would like to make it clear I am commenting here as a private citizen and not as a member of any board or commission. Today, fact-based information is being drowned out of public disclosure by a rising torrent of fake news and alternative facts. It is also a time when genuine public access to all aspects of governance is under threat. Public libraries and local governments have emerged nationally as core institutions battling back against these trends, fighting for evidence-based knowledge, informed, inclusive governance, and the widest possible public access to both information and inquiry. In this context, the current situation of our archives and the specific decision to abandon 85% of those records in the apparently endless game of not it now going on between the library and the county is simply shameful. Sonoma County is a place of rich, complex histories. Many of those histories are still unexplored. Our community is increasingly interested in where we came from and how that past shapes us today. The rising interest is inspired by our shared hardships in recent disasters and by national movements demanding a historical re-examination of today's inequalities, which makes today precisely the wrong moment to decide that the public is not interested in the information housed in the archives. The overwhelming majority of that material is largely unexplored and could reveal new answers to questions not even asked yet. We literally do not know what we do not know. I urge the library and the county to step up to their shared civic responsibility. Find ways to protect public access to this irreplaceable resource belonging to the people of Sonoma County. Sincerely, Dr. Margaret Purser, PhD. Professor Emeritus, Anthropology, Sonoma State University, Commissioner, Sonoma County Historical Records Commission, member, Museum of Sonoma County Board of Directors. Dear Sonoma County Library Commission, Commissioners, we are deeply concerned about the seemingly unilateral decision by the Library Director, Ann Hammond, to end the Sonoma County Library's historic agreement with Sonoma County to manage the irreplaceable Sonoma County archives. This agreement has stood in place since 1965 with the mutual consent of both the library and the county. Surely such a decision cannot be made by the library director without the approval of the Library Commission and then the agreement of the County of Sonoma. It is our understanding that the Library Commission is the final arbiter of the role of the Sonoma County Library under the Joint Powers Agreement, not the Library Director. We believe from attending Library Commission meetings that the Commission has not been given clear justification for this judgment, that it is not appropriate for the library to continue to be the steward of the archives. Other public libraries include archival components, and the Sonoma County Library has the advantage of several trained archivists on its staff. In addition, no explanation has been given about how it has been determined that some items belong to the library and are thus worthy of protection while others are not. Who made these decisions and on what grounds? Why were other materials rejected? The library administration has shown little interest in cooperating with those in the community who are deeply concerned about the fate of the archives, both immediate and long-term, such as the advocates for the Sonoma County Archives, or those who have written the commission and the local papers, or even with the Sonoma County Historical Records Commission, the county commission designed to deal with these records. Outreach to and cooperation with the community, as well as a respect for its concerns, seem to us to be key elements of the public library, and ours is failing on this issue. Imagine what the public reaction would be to the knowledge that the library did little to protect the archives at Los Guillicos in the event of another fire. Sincerely yours, Daniel Marquin, Professor Emeritus of History, Sonoma State University, and former Chair of the Historical Records Commission. Joe Marquin, longtime volunteer at the History and Genealogy Library. And our last comment received, again, this was noted to be read by one of the members of the advocates for the Sonoma County Archives. Just wondering if they are present.
I believe Carol Eber has her hand up. Is she one of the advocacy members?
Yes, I believe she is.
Ms. Eber, did you want to read that letter?
No, I don't have that letter. I'm sorry. I think Don Silverek was going to read that letter. I'm happy to speak, but I'm not reading the letter. Which would you like me to do?
Well, why don't we get through the letters that we have, and then you can, and then we'll take the public.
I'm right here, Don Silverek.
All right. Would you like to read that letter?
I would indeed. Let me know when you're ready.
We're ready.
Okay. Commissioner Doyle, Director Hammond, dear commissioners, we request that you acknowledge the 42 official public comments received between January 4th and May 26th, 2021, from those who value this unique library collection and consider its preservation and access a vital library service. The community members, past, present, and future library patrons who have made the public comments include representatives from the Historical Society of Santa Rosa, Sonoma County Genealogical Society, the Santa Rosa Rural Cemetery Preservation Committee, the Jenner Community Archive Project, the Charles M. Schultz Museum, the California Land Surveyors Association, and the Sonoma County Historic Society. Academics include Dr. Abigail Marquin, Professor of History, Carroll University, Daniel Marquin, PhD, Emeritus Professor of History, Sonoma State University, Dr. Steve Estes, History Department Chair, Sonoma State University, and Dr. Matthew G. Kelly, Assistant Professor of Education, Pennsylvania State University. Historians, Lynn Downey, Jeff Elliott, Jeremy Nichols, Raymond Owen, Catherine Reinhardt, John Sheehy, Jack Worthington. The action described in the archives report is shocking. After 5 decades, the library is giving up custody of 150 years worth of Sonoma County history and leaving behind a majority of the collection to potential destruction as we enter the 2021 fire season. This serious decision cannot be made lightly, nor can it be made without the consent of the full commission. And therefore, we urge the Library Commission to vote on this issue. This is from the advocates for the Sonoma County Archives, Catherine J. Reinhardt, Lynn Downey co-chairs, Carol Eber, Steve Lovejoy, Mackenzie Mackling, Don Marquin, Joe Marquin, Jeremy Nichols, Don Silverek, Chris Wendt. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Eber, we're going to just assume that that was, since your name was attached to that letter, that was your comment.
No, that's not my comment.
All right, we'll be flexible this time. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank the library for its work on the internal inventory. I really appreciate it, and I know that's really important to do. And secondly, I'm wondering when this inventory might be made public so that we know what records are there. My interest is actually a really personal interest. I am the great-great-granddaughter of Mark West, and I know that there are records pertaining to my family in the library, and I don't know all of the records that are there. I know that I have access to an 1862 Lands Commission map that was actually on display in the History and Genealogy Library. And that's actually helping us identify where the Mark West family cemetery might be. And we do have forensic dogs that are coming out to try and locate that. But I don't know what records of the Mark West family are there. I know my great-grandmother has records of her marriages. I know there's property records, maps, I'm sure. So if those records are lost in the fire that might be coming this season, I'm really worried about what will be lost. And therefore, I really encourage that the library work to move those records immediately or as soon as possible, because moving them in the fall is much too late. In addition to that, I would like to mention that I have determined there are some inaccuracies in Director Hammond's report on who are the current tenants of Los Gilocas. So she might want to go back and really confirm who are the tenants, because there are some inaccuracies. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this item? Okay, understandably, this is a topic that has been on all of our minds recently, and we appreciate those who have come forward to say how important the historic records are to you. And the library, certainly, both staff and the commission are also very concerned about the safety of these records. That said, you know, we have had custody of a lot of these records and continuing to collect records from the county over the years. And at some point, especially since things have changed so much in the last decades, it's sometimes time to take a look at partnerships and see how they need to be rearranged. And I think it was really important for the library to take a look at the records and see which ones seem to be legally ours, so that then we can have a serious conversation with the county about how to protect all of those records. So that said, do I have any comments from, and the comments from the commissioners can be on any topic Commissioner, in Director Hammond's report, from library management all the way through to the library publicity. It doesn't just have to be about the historical records. Commissioner Schneider.
Yes, thank you. You actually said a number of things I was going to say, but I want to.
Sorry.
No, it's great. It's perfect. But I wanted to add that I think the term that I heard that most resonated with me was the a member of the public who referred to the importance of the county's participation in this process. There's a lot of material at Los Guilicos. Some of it is very pertinent to the library's historical and genealogy collection. A lot of it is not. And there needs to be some significant agreements in place about who takes what, because all of it's important, but some of it's important to this agency and some of it's important to the library. And yes, we are on a timeline and we do need to get the materials moved on. That's really important. But I also applaud the degree of work, and will remind people that, a year ago this time, we didn't know what we were facing, and we certainly couldn't bring people into the building, and there was a lot of things that we couldn't do. So it's good that we're catching up on lost time, and we're very well aware of the timeline. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll also say that, the Director Hammond has tried to keep the commission as informed as she possibly can. There are a lot of moving parts to this, and we can't talk about a lot of them in public because they're not actual plans. And so I think the notion that Director Hammond has a plan to radically change the direction of the Sonoma County Library without our support and consent is certainly not true. That said, other commissioners, Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes, thank you. As probably many of you know, Helena Whistler was our chair of the Library Commission and a long-term serving library commissioner. And I've been remiss in even considering the angle that she brought up, which is a good one, which is this really should be a commission action to make the decision about the archives. And I don't believe we've probably taken formal action. And as a result, our director has kind of taken the heat, and it really is our responsibility. So I'm really requesting that we have a legal opinion about it. I know there's been a ton of work on this. I respect the inventory process. I'm not clear about all of it and, and the detail of it. But I think it's a very good point that this is a commission responsibility, to at least to make a decision on which direction that we're going. I also had a question aimed at our director, I guess. I thought I heard that some of these materials have already been moved to our history and genealogy department. And also I had a question about the loose materials and what the plan was for those. They didn't seem to be addressed in the report, these kind of loose maps and things that people weren't sure. There seemed to be fragile materials. I wonder if our director could address those two things, but I really am requesting that we agendize an item about who needs to be making a decision about the archives.
You are correct that many of the materials have been moved to history and genealogy. They're things like photographs, some documents that are frequently requested by the public. The larger materials that you referenced, the maps and things that are fragile, those will require repackaging to make it safe before they could be moved anywhere, whether that is to history and genealogy or to some other location that has not yet been determined.
Any other commission comments?
Yes, I would like to make one. This is Reese. I don't think Anne is necessarily acting unilaterally. The commission has had several discussions about the archives. It hasn't gotten to a position yet where, we all know it needs to be moved, especially since the fires have threatened it so much. And yet at the same time, we haven't had enough information to make a final decision of how this is going to be done or accomplished. And until Anne has collected that information for us, we can't make a decision. And all we can do, and all we have been doing, is giving her direction to get the information for us and to find out what the options are, figure out, you know, who owns what, that kind of thing, where it would be best to send this stuff, et cetera. So yes, I think formal decision will come to the commission, but the information has to be gathered prior to that. We also need to refine our relationship with the county. I mean, when we started this, we were part of the county. Since then, with the new GAPA, that has changed, and we are not a county agency anymore per se. So, you know, all this has to be explored and sorted out. And yes, that takes time, and hopefully, you know, we're not going to take too long, but at the same time, all this has to be sorted out before the commission could make a final decision of any kind. So I really have trouble when people say Anne is making a unilateral decision. I don't think that is happening. I think we've been giving her direction to get us information so we can make the decision and tell her what we need to have done. So anyway, that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hauser has had his hand up, as well as then.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hauser. I didn't see you. Commissioner Hauser.
That's hard to believe you don't see me. I'm so obvious. I want to start off by thanking Siri for the report on the Friends and Foundation donations. I think that's really, really important that we understand how important they are to us in terms of raising money and providing a place that we can get money in and raise money and do things, which is one of the primary activities that this library has to engage in. And I think that's a really good report, and it's worth people paying attention to what they've done for us over the years. Now, getting on to the archives, I want to say that I agree that the commission has to make a decision. And I agree 100% with Reese that we have been collecting information. We've had this item on the agenda each and every month for 3 or 4 months. We keep moving along. And I do resent some of the statements that were made implying that our director, Ms. Hammond, is doing something unilaterally. We're trying to collect information and find a place. Matter of fact, I was really happy with this month's report because it indicated that we've moved a step. We've identified some stuff that we do need to absolutely preserve for our at the genealogy facility, which is a limited size, and that the county is both the county staff administration and our administration is working to look for a place to put these things before that fire comes. And I think that's something to be proud of, that we're moving along and making something happen. So we want a safer home for what's there. We want the county to look at what they need to keep, and we need to look at how that can be paid for, because we're not an unlimited fund of money that could pay for anything. So I just want to say that very clearly. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Am I missing any other commissioner?
Yes, we do have Commissioner Cahill and Commissioner Newberg.
Commissioner Cahill.
Yes, I just want to emphasize 2 things. First, the move of the materials has begun. The part of the archives or historical records, to give them their more accurate name, that belong to us and are useful to the public are now being moved. This is a major advance, and I really applaud it. Secondly, it is plainly incorrect that Anne is out there on her own. She knows what we want. Speaking for myself, she's done exactly what I wanted to see done.
Thanks, Commissioner Cahill. Commissioner Newberg.
Yes, in Anne's report, she mentioned in the written report, she mentioned that staff expended 660 hours completing this inventory. I'm wondering if anyone can tell us, did anyone from the county expend any staff time helping to figure out what exactly we had and what needed to be moved? Were any county employees involved?
No, this was strictly a library effort at this point. Although they conferred with the county over particular records that were unclear, or whenever there was perhaps a record with no item attached to it or an item with no record attached to it.
And no City of Santa Rosa employees put any time in getting this inventory together?
No.
And the City of Santa Rosa and the County of Sonoma are aware that the Sonoma County Library does not plan to continue leasing that facility after September. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner McKenzie again.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what I was trying to say earlier. I think there's been a lot of good work done recently and progress being made for sure. I think the point I'm trying to make is a follow-up to what former Commissioner Whistler said, which is if a decision has been made that the county, that this kind of legacy service that the library carried on for years and years, well after the initial agreement was made, but continued to carry on. If a decision has been made that some of these materials are the libraries and that some of these materials are the counties to take care of, and that we need to take some formal action on that. That's what I was trying to say, not to undermine any of the efforts that have been made or the progress that have been made. But I do think it is a commission responsibility at some point in time to make this a formality. And in the meantime, things are being moved or prepared to be moved without this formality, on the record. I believe that we were looking into having a legal opinion about this, and I appreciate a report on that the next time we have an update, which I assume would be next month. Thank you.
Thanks.
Chair Doyle, we do have Commissioner Elkine and Commissioner Heavenridge.
Commissioner Heavenridge and then Commissioner Elton.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I know as the advocacy committee, I know Karen Schneider and other people on the commission have been working really hard on this and working with Ann, and it does bother me that people see Ann as taking a unilateral decision on this. This is not true. A lot of people have been working on this in the Library Commission and staff. And I just wanted to also ask Ann, I believe, isn't it true that the supervisors are working to find a location along with us, our staff? I know our staff is.
Yes, they are. I've spoken with the county staff and they have informed me that the supervisors directed them that this is a priority and the materials need to be moved out as quickly as possible. So I've been sharing information with them about what we know regarding other properties that might be available, and they are investigating that.
And I think that's a great piece of information for us to hear, truly. Go ahead.
Yeah,
sorry.
and I just had to say one more thing. I just, I think it's a lot of stuff is going, as Deborah Doyle said, a lot of moving parts, and a lot of things are going on behind the scenes that the general public doesn't know about. But I think that this report that you did, Ann, really helps clarify some things. And I just want to say, as a commissioner that's been concerned with this for many years now, this is I really see some real movement here, and I'm glad to hear that the supervisors, the county, is working with us. They seem to be motivated at this point, and that's a good thing to hear. So that's what I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Elkin.
I would just like to add my voice in support of all the hard work that Ann and the staff have done along the lines that we've all agreed are most critical. I think for all of us, commission and staff, the number one concern is getting these documents out of Los Guillicos into safer locations, including both the History and Genealogy Library for those documents that we own and another safe location for the ones that we don't. The final comment is it's actually a question I'd like to pose for future discussion, because I don't want it to derail this critical item, which is, of course, is moving the documents. But in some of the public comments, I've heard people allude to the fact that the library has special expertise in the management of these documents, and they'd like us to continue with that. My question, as Reese pointed out, we are a separate agency from the county. We're a separate agency from the city of Santa Rosa. A constituent asked me today if the library could contract with those entities to provide services, and I said, I don't know. So that's something that we could explore at a later date once the documents are safe and out of Los Guillicos. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Anybody else? I do have a comment on the Friends of the Library Giving History. I think it's wonderful to see, and the foundation Giving History as well. It's a great reminder, especially as we move into the budget season, that we're not alone, and that sometimes those gifts really do make a significant difference, and certainly over the years have made a significant difference. I was just wondering, as friends are generous to the library, now that we the system is strong, do we have a way of saying to all of the various support groups, these are the things we need, and so that then they can, they can provide a gift that may be a little more powerful than just perhaps buying something with only their branch in mind? I mean, is there like a central list of things that the various branches needs, or that in the central office that someone can call and say, my dad lived someplace and I wanted to, and I'd like to make a gift in his honor for Father's Day. What do you need? And if we don't, I certainly understand that. This is something that sometimes takes a long time, but if we don't, we might think about that.
We don't currently. I think it's an excellent idea. Up to this point, the Friends have supported their individual branches primarily by working through the branch manager and the division manager. The larger or more system-wide focused gifts have been the purview of the foundation, but there's certainly no reason why we couldn't or shouldn't have a list of things that we could do with larger or more system-wide gifts. So we will work on that.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no other questions, then let's move into the budget and finance report.
Randy, do you want to walk through this one for us all?
Absolutely, I'd love to. If we could start with the summary page. So I'd like to just kind of go over the main highlights here, and in the interest of brevity, then we'll open it up to any questions or comments, or maybe if Director Hammond would like to focus on any other items that are in the monthly financial report. The first thing that I'd like to point out is, once again, our tax revenues are coming in very, very well. We had over $8.4 million in April from property tax. So we have already exceeded the annual budget for this year. We anticipate another $1 million to $1.5 million to come in this year. Also on the sales tax, we continue to average about 1.1 million per month. I can tell you that the May amount was just recently deposited, and it was also just under $1.1 million. So That's looking very, very good. We're anticipating probably a total of about 13.5 million for the year in total for sales tax. The other item that I'd like to point out is salaries and benefits expenses. We're about 76% of the way through the year as far as pay periods that have been processed. And we're sitting right now at $14.5 million, so only 65% of the budget. So salary and benefits are looking very, very good on the expense side. And then finally, I was going to point out that there was a large uptick in capital expenses in April. We show $398,000. The vast majority of that was related to Roseland. Anyone have any questions, or is there anything else that you'd like to highlight on this report, Director Hammond?
I don't see any hands on.
You got it.
Thank you, Randy. All right, then. Well,
I'm sorry, Director Hammond, do you want to go over any of the other reports, or do you want to stop here on the summary page? Or
okay, I'm sorry. Keep moving. Keep going.
I think we could probably skip over the fund balance section, since that will come up in the budget. I don't know if there are any questions or comments on the report for transactions that were over 25,000 for the month. Now we can move on. And again, at this point, I think I'd like to open it up to any questions or comments. These are the detailed pages that follow. That all feed up into the summary page that we just went over. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Commissioner Schneider.
Thank you. Just once again observing that of the voucher payments over 25,000, a whole bunch of them are under 50,000. And that is once again a threshold I wish we would consider aspiring to, if not higher. Thanks.
We decided that this was going to be such a long meeting that we weren't going to put those recommendations on this agenda, but we will be considering them. We will be talking about them next time. I promise. Anybody else? Okay.
If we can maybe go down to the final page, the cash summary, just as a kind of a wrap everything up together. A little bit further. So right here, again, it's the overall cash summary. Again, it's just showing on a more of a macro level that right now the total cash combined for the property tax and sales tax fund as of the end of April was at 36.5 million. And then we have another $4.7 million in restricted cash from the gifts, donations fund, the bequest fund, and the other various endowment funds. So once again, looking very strong at this point in time, cash-wise.
Did I hear someone? Thank you, Randy. We really appreciate it. Things are so much clearer these days. So then our next agenda item is the commission and liaison reports. The commissioner, does anybody have anything to add to their commissioner's report? I see no hands. Then why don't we move to the liaison reports? Commissioner Heavenridge, is there anything that you'd like to add to the advocacy report? I'm hearing nothing. So
Commissioner Heavenridge, you're muted.
Yes.
There we go. I'm sorry.
There we go.
I was talking away. Nothing to add other than I'm excited about the Bibliobus that's coming early June, and this is early June, and I want to ride along when it's appropriate. As a library commissioner and just someone that likes bibliobuses, I like to see the response of the public as we drive around. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
I hope we'll collect stories that will excite you from the Bibliobus. Commissioner Hauser, anything to add to the Foundation Liaison report?
No.
Okay. I have nothing to add to the Historical Records Commission report. Commissioner Elkin?
I'd like to make just a couple of brief comments, if I might.
Please.
First of all, I'd like to thank Randy and his team and the staff of the library for the great work that they've been doing in preparing the financial reports, which have just continued to get better, more complete and clearer. So thanks to them. And in this month's report, you'll see that Randy and his team also were able to accomplish a detailed reconciliation of some of the gifts and donations that we've received. And that's something that we had been asking for. So that was great. We have decided as a committee to discontinue the ongoing report of working hours and disaster pay. Library and staff have managed that very well, and we're not seeing any continuing expense in that area. Our audits are very nearly done, and I hope to be getting good news on that at our next Finance Committee meeting. And beyond that, the other things that we covered will be discussed in more detail later tonight, the impact report and the budget. So I just want to thank library staff and Randy's team for the great job they've been doing.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Elkin. Truly. Any public comments on the committee and liaison reports? Okay. Then we can move on to 8, a lab appointment. And I may take the chair's privilege to move that the Sonoma County Library Commission reappoint Mike Neely to an advisory position on the Windsor Library Advisory Board for a term ending on June 30th, 2023. Mr. Neely has been a library supporter in very many ways for many years, and we're grateful that he wants to serve on the lab.
I second. Tom Hauser.
Thank you. I will call the roll. Commissioner Cahill.
Yes.
Commissioner Elkin.
Yes.
Commissioner Foxen.
Yes.
Commissioner Heavenridge.
Yes.
Commissioner Hauser.
Yes.
Mr. McKenzie.
Enthusiastic, yes, and a big thanks to Mike for all of his years of service. Really appreciate it.
Commissioner Mulford.
Definitely yes.
And Commissioner Newberg.
Yes.
Commissioner Parker.
Yes.
Commissioner Schneider.
Yes.
And I will make it unanimous. Thank you, Mike. All right, next is our consent calendar, and we have a public comment on one of the items, but I don't think that means we have to remove it. So we can have that after the consent calendar note. And Jaylene, remind me, did I skip over a public comment? We had one for the budget, and I know we have one for this meeting minutes. Did I miss another
That
one?
is correct. No, 9.2
Okay.
and 10.1.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. So do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move
move it.
approval of the consent calendar.
Second,
Thank you very much. Enthusiasm from Commissioner
hey,
Cahill. And now I have to find the roll sheet. All right. Commissioner Cahill says yes. Commissioner-
I have a point of order here. Should we, if we have a comment from the public, shouldn't we hear that before we vote?
All right. We
Yes.
could do.
I think that would be better procedure.
Thank you. Jaylene, could you read the comment on the minutes?
Absolutely. So this is in regard to the minutes of the May 26th budget workshop. The statement Chair Doyle read 7 public comment letters regarding the historic records does not provide adequate information to the public on these letters. I ask that the minutes be corrected to reflect the names of the authors of those letters and the primary nature of the comments and which ones were in regard to the archived records.
Thank you. All right, then I will take the roll to approve the consent calendar. Commissioner Cahill,
yes.
Commissioner Elkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson,
Yes.
Commissioner Heavenridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Hauser,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Commissioner Mulford,
Yes.
Commissioner Newberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Parker,
Yes.
Commissioner Schneider.
Yes.
Great, we are unanimous. I will also note that that the meeting was recorded and that all of those letters are very early on in the session. That said, we can probably note names on the minutes in the future. All right.
Deborah?
Yeah.
I have a question about the
Commissioner Foxen?
recordings. Yes, yeah. I went today to look at our budget meeting and to find out about it. And I was also looking at the May 3rd meeting, and neither of them are up on our site. Now, is there a time lag with those being put up or what? And you may not be able to answer that, but somebody can, and at some point I would like to know the answer to that.
We can get you that information if somebody doesn't have it at the top of their,
Thank you.
right now.
I
Thank
can
you.
speak to that actually. Commissioner Foxen, we do have it on our website. It's a link to our commission portal. So if you click on that, it'll take you directly to our portal, and it should be on there because I've managed to view it. So if you need help, I'm happy to help you after the meeting.
Okay, I looked at it today and I was in the portal and in the commission meetings and it wasn't there. Thank you. I'll try it again.
Absolutely. Happy to help.
Thanks very much. And thanks, Jaylene, for stepping up and saying that. All right, then let's see, we've got, sorry, I've managed to consent agenda. All right. Wait, I'm confusing myself here. Then we are down to the budget, 10-1.
Okay, so.
And, yes, thanks, Ann. You know, it was very recently that we sat in a budget workshop meeting. And so, Ann, do you want to talk about the workbook? Do you want me to address that?
Let me get us started and then we'll see where we go. So we had the budget workshop last week. We kept it fairly high level as directed, and then subsequently provided more information for the commissioners, including the workbooks that we were using as our working internal documents. And then I worked with Ray Holly and Randy Seipel to prepare the pages that you see here, page 120 and 121, to give a budget overview and then information about each of the divisions and how their requests break down between salaries and benefits and services and supplies, and how that compares between this current year requesting amount and the year that we are in currently. So we are here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, let's see. I see no hands. I'm not sure that I'm seeing all the faces.
We have Commissioner Hauser.
Commissioner Hauser.
You mentioned the workbooks. Some of the commissioners wanted some more information about how that came up. I want to give the public a background on that in this meeting. And what you did is you sent each and every one of us a copy of the Excel workbooks that was put together to come up with the numbers that are reflected on page 120 through 122 and in the slideshow. So basically, we've all viewed that. We have an idea of what's going on in detail, as well as the general overview, which is in the page 120 through 122. And I just wanted to point that out, that that information is there and available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, and if there are no questions and if there are no comments, then we can.
I'll make a motion.
Chair Doyle, my apologies.
You
We do
have
have Commissioner
hands.
McKenzie, Commissioner Cahill.
Okay, Commissioner Cahill.
Yes. I want to make sure I have an amended motion. The concern of several of us is that the summary budget is not a line item budget. It's a summary. The workbooks contain the actual line item budget that we've adopted, the same form we've used for several years. So I've already sent Jaylene the actual text of this motion, but just let me read it. I move that the Sonoma County Library Commission approve the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022 as presented, and then here's new language. And in the documents titled Copy of 2021-22 Budget Workshop -May 28th, parentheses 003, parentheses .xlx, and copy of SC Library Other Funds 21-22 Budget Workshop.xlx. This is pretty odd because what we've got, the only copies of these documents have not been posted. They're not publicly available. They came to the commission on May 28th as email attachments from Ann. And while I appreciate that, I think, and several of us think, that we should approve both forms, both the very helpful summary that Ann has posted and the actual line item documents. So that's what my motion would do. And also, it's not timely right now because we haven't had the requisite 72 hours. So if there's any support for this motion, then I suggest that we are probably going to have to postpone final action on the budget because we haven't had these really vital line item budgets available to the public.
Well, Commissioner Cahill, before you started, Commissioner Hauser was going to make a motion. I heard him say, I'd like to move. And so I think
I'm willing to listen to more discussion and defer with my motion if people want to talk about this some more. I'm willing to listen, and I know what is waving her hand.
Chair Doyle, I do want to remind you, we do have a comment for 10.1 budget for 2021-22.
Okay, let's see. We probably, Commissioner Cahill, you're right in the middle of this, I understand, but can we?
That's all I had to say.
Can we pause to take a public comment?
That's all I had to say.
All right, okay. Why don't we take the public comment before we continue on with the commissioner's comments?
Thank you. The budget shows an undesignated fund balance of over 21 million. Please use some of this balance of funds to support a temporary solution to the safe storage of all the archive materials. Then allocate an additional sum to perform a study to determine long-term solutions to the problem of a permanent home for the Sonoma County Archives. This would be a legacy move for which the community will owe the Library Commission a debt of gratitude. Inaction on these items is too great a risk to take on the records that can never be replaced once lost. We are counting on you to do the right things to preserve all the records for future generations. Deborah McKay. Thank you.
Aileen. And Commissioner Cahill, let me clarify. You want to propose the adoption of the budget, but you also want to adopt the workbook. I think it was a public document because we were talking about it in the workshop. And so all we really need to do is make sure that it is available to the public in an additional format to the video that of the budget workshop. But are you suggesting that we adopt both of them?
Yes, because the summary is made from the line item budgets, as Ann indicated. And it's really important for transparency and accountability that the commission and the public know what we're doing in detail.
Clearly.
If you're satisfied that these are public documents, then I think my motion or my amended motion is in order this evening. So
Right.
I would not insist on a postponement.
Chair Doyle, may I comment on that? I think that would be fine, but as I indicated, these are working documents and we continued to refine the numbers even after we sent you the version on May 28th. So the pages that you see here are based on a June 4th document of a version of the workbooks. So if you want to include the workbooks in the motion, that's fine, but please don't specify a date because they continue to evolve.
And whatever you think is appropriate, I just really want the line item budgets to be approved so we know where we are.
But
Sure.
they're not budgets. That's the thing.
They're supporting documents.
They're supporting documents.
Well, reasonable
So
minds
what we
can
don't
differ.
want what we don't want the commission to do 3 months later or 6 months down the road is say, well, look at this line item. You swore that you were going to do this. I think that is what we were trying to get away from this year.
Well, I think my motion is in order, so.
All right, you've made your motion. Commissioner McKenzie, you were next.
I am not going to vote for a budget as it's laid out here. I also believe that the workbooks are not public documents. If we were going to attach it to something we're voting on tonight, should have been part of the packet. We can't pass something that is this vague. We can't pass something and call it a budget when it doesn't break out the money between Measure Y and the property tax, especially Measure Y. That wouldn't pass muster with the Measure Y committee, I'm sure. But anyway, I am completely uncomfortable with the generality of this, and I'm not going to vote for anything until we have a line item budget. I don't believe that we can cobble together some things that have been part of some other discussion. If we're going to pass a budget, all the documentation have to be attached to this agenda because the motion is based on the information in this agenda. So
thanks. Commissioner Parker.
Cut me off.
So I actually have a comment that relates to the public comment on the cash reserve fund. It is a huge cash reserve fund. I think we should investigate whether there are guidelines for us to use it rather than let it continue to build. But my question for this year's budget is that we're dipping into that cash reserve fund and going to add services and hire staff. Do we anticipate needing to dip into the cash reserve annually? And that's not really sustainable over the long term. So I just would like staff to take a look at where that cash reserve balance is coming from and I think we should set up some policies for managing it, including a rainy day threshold. Thanks.
Thank you. Anne, do you want to address that a little bit?
Sure. Well, we do have policies to guide the use of the fund balance. Much of the fund balance is allocated to specific purposes. And then the unallocated portion, we have 15% that we hold back for our stabilization, which could equate to what you were calling the rainy day fund. And then we have the other portion that is completely unallocated, and that's what we're proposing to use a bit of for balancing this year's budget. And that is a common practice in government agencies. It's not unusual. The point is that the money it's taxpayer money. It was collected in order to provide services to the public, and it's much better to use it to provide those services than to just put it in the bank. Whether we anticipate further withdrawals, it's possible. I'm trying my best to keep it to one-time purchases. So I do not want to hire a lot of staff. That would be dependent on continuing use of the fund balance, because like you say, it will run out eventually at that rate. So we can cover the few new staff that we're requesting this year through our regular budgeting process, and the additional items that we're looking at in response to the reimagining plan, those would be more in the way of one-time purchases or enhancements to our collections.
Thank you. Commissioner Elkin.
First of all, a little bit of a mea culpa here, because I feel like I may have contributed to a question. I know that you've heard me advocate at several points over the past months for a narrative budget. And I'd like to, first of all, congratulate Anne and the team for putting together, I think, a very clear narrative budget that tells the story of what we're trying to accomplish and makes it easy to step back from the numbers and see the priorities and directions of the library. That to me is the goal of a narrative budget. It was never my intention that the narrative budget would, that it would be an either or when it came to narrative and numbers. I guess I saw it more as a both and. So as Dave Cahill was saying, I like having the workbooks as supporting documentation. I don't have an opinion as to whether the workbooks are sufficiently a public document for us to approve it tonight, or whether they need to be posted for 72 hours. I'll leave it to those who are more knowledgeable about parliamentary and public procedures. I understand from what Anne was saying that the workbooks are still a little bit of a work in progress. I had noted a couple of small discrepancies where a number that appeared in one place didn't appear somewhere else. Rather than covering that here, I'd prefer to take that offline if it's okay, and just assume that we'll be able to clean those things up. But I think I would be in support of Dave's motion to say I feel very comfortable approving the budget if we can make the supporting documentation part of the approval process. Thank you.
All right, we have then a motion and a second.
I would like to speak. I don't know that we do have a second. Did we get a second?
That was what I understood just now from Commissioner Elkin. I was surprised a little bit, but was that a second, Commissioner Elkin?
Chair Doyle, we do have Commissioner Schneider with her hand raised. My apologies.
Do you want me to respond or wait for Karen?
You go ahead.
Yeah, you go ahead and then Karen.
I was speaking in support of Dave's amendment. Do we have a motion on the floor to approve without the amendment?
Well, I was going to make a motion, which wasn't, I was cut off when David cut in.
Exactly.
So,
if I can offer up, I don't think at this point you have a motion.
Oh, thank you. I actually gonna ask if you were willing to speak up, Jeff. Thank you. All right, then, Commissioner Schneider, and then back to you, Commissioner Hauser. Commissioner Schneider.
Yeah, I actually was starting to wonder, what are we voting on?
Okay.
But as long as I have a moment, I will say that to me, that high-level budget document on the screen is the budget. I don't need the supporting documents in my head to be asked to vote on this. I certainly am willing for any compromise that'll help us vote tonight, but I appreciate the narrative budget, and I appreciate this high-level view, because that's really what we're approving, is what we see here today. Thank you.
Commissioner Hauser.
I'd like to scroll down to page 122, which shows the total budget. No, I'm sorry, I went too far. 121. Bottom 120. Yes, right there at the bottom. You can see last year we had $39 million of expenses, and this coming year we're projecting $43 million. During last year, we cut back severely in our expenses to reduce them because we didn't know if we were going to have any tax income. And we were lucky enough to come out with actually rather good tax receipts for the year, both from property tax and sales tax. And that's why, Commissioner Parker, I think we're sitting on so much extra money this year at this time. We haven't been hoarding it. It's just this and that happened, and then last year the catastrophe. I want you to look at those 2 pages, because I think I agree exactly with Commissioner Snyder that is the basically the budget that I would like to approve. It's perhaps loosey-goosey, perhaps you could describe it as narrative, but it lays out the parameters and the areas where the money is to be spent. And so I would like to make a motion at this time, and I will read that motion. I move that the Sonoma County Library Commission approve the proposed budget for the fiscal year 2021 to 2022 as presented in the documents entitled the Sonoma County Library Fiscal Year 2020-2021 Budget. I think I have that wrong. 2021-22 budget on pages 120 and 121 of the commission packet. So we have something very specific to refer to. It's the concept of that. It's not a line item because we don't really have a line item. It allows us to have the flexibility to grow with this, and it's up to the finance committee to monitor that during the year as we go along, which is what we were doing this past year. Thank you.
I'd like to second that. All right, Commissioner McKenzie.
Yes, I didn't realize we had our general counsel on. It sounds like we have our general counsel on.
Yes.
So I would like through you to ask our general counsel if the supporting documents that those several of us have mentioned that we want, we aren't going to be able to pass them as part of this since they haven't been posted as part of this packet. Is that correct?
But they're public because we talked about them in a previous meeting, in a pre-open meeting.
But we just talked about them.
We didn't have
We
them.
didn't see them. We didn't have them. So they weren't public. They weren't even public to us. Excuse me, Barbara, I didn't.
No, I agree. I think we
Let
have
the
to
lawyer
start-
talk.
Okay.
Well, let me finish my question, Commissioner Hauser, if you don't mind. So we have not had the supporting documentation until we got the workbooks late last week. The workbooks are not being attached to this budget. So some people are comfortable passing a narrative budget. I am not at all comfortable passing a narrative budget. We need to have the line items. It's our responsibility as a public agency to have that. So anyway, pardon me for the long question, but through you to our general counsel, if this motion goes through about this passing this narrative budget, this does not have supporting documentation. Is that correct?
As the motion is made, correct. The
Thank you.
motion would adopt this budget as shown on these pages 121 and 122. I think all expenditures would have to fit within these categories. And to the extent that an expenditure requires additional action by the commission, of course, that would come back to you for a particular expenditure. But the motion as it is stated now does not include a further breakdown by line item. And my understanding is that's the intent of the motion, is that it not include specific line item breakdowns. If you wanted to include those, that we could talk about a way to add that in, but that's the motion before you right now, would just be the budget as presented here.
Thank you. Commissioner Cahill, you had something to say.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to Tom's motion to add, and again, I think I may have mentioned I've sent excuse me, I'm going to send Jaylene the actual text of this because it's technical and computer ease things. Add to his motion, and in the documents titled copy of 21-22 budget workbook, May 28th, parentheses 003, close parentheses .xls, and copy of SC Library, other funds, 21-22 budget workshop .xls. So that's my proposed amendment to Tom's motion.
Well, I'll second that for discussion.
So I'm seriously concerned that we're going to be, by passing just the summary budget, we're going to be abdicating our political responsibility for both accountability and transparency. We essentially will have no control. There are, instead of line item controls with dozens of account numbers, we will have 21 firm numbers. This gives the director far too much authority. Let me just not comment on what this will do to our chart of accounts. It also does not allow for the distribution of the money for these functions between the sales tax and property tax, and therefore it's defective. So that's why my motion, I think, should be adopted.
Any comments?
Yeah, I have some. This is Reese.
Okay, Commissioner Foxen?
Any budget is a fluid thing. It's not something that is locked to absolute rigidity. So you can go into it any time and change it or move it around if you need to. I think this is just the summary. I love it. It's great to look at because it gives you a quick synopsis or a quick capture of where things are and what's going on and how money is going to be spent. However, we are responsible for what, $43 million this next time, something like that. And if we don't know some of those line items, I think we are, oops, bless you, we are giving up and turning away from our responsibility for, as Dave said, transparency and actually doing it. And I think the workbook does need to be attached. So,
Commissioner Schneider.
I will just note that as a board member of the American Library Association, which is the 5th largest trade association in the United States, we do not get way down into the weeds in our budget. We understand that we've got a finance department and so forth, and we vote at the high level. That said, if we can vote this evening, we can come to a path where we vote this evening, I'd be very satisfied. I believe that the finance committee is the one who's supposed to keep their eyes on the weeds, but I would definitely like to get to yes on the budget tonight, however we do it.
Commissioner Parker.
I think a key difference is a trade association isn't spending public tax funds, and that the distinction that we are using two channels of public funding, property tax and Measure Y money, at the very least, our Measure Y accountability calls for some reporting on how that money is being used, I believe.
Mhm.
Jeff, can I ask a question? So if we add the workbook, and I'm sure with your legal magic you can do that. If we add the workbook, does this lock the staff into all of those numbers in this workshop in this workbook that they have been working on? Does that lock them into those numbers?
I think if that is made part of your motion, then any change to those line items will need to come back to the commission for action. Because you will be approving specific, and I haven't seen the workbooks, but it sounds like you'll be approving some fairly specific dollar numbers for fairly specific items.
Right.
I think you would then need to come back to the commission to make changes to those.
For each of the line items.
I mean, it's a little hard for me because I don't have it in front of me, but I think the more specific the motion, the more it ties the hands of the commission, or ties the hands of your staff at least, to be expending funds in accordance with the budget. Right. So, if you add line items to your budget, then you have approved those line items.
All right, Commissioner McKenzie again, and then Commissioner Cahill.
Yes, I wanted to agree with Commissioner Parker. We're a public agency. We're not a trade association. We have to have a line item budget. We have to. And we always prepare a budget with line items. It doesn't always that. That's a budgeted amount. As Reese was saying, things come and go. We budget it. We think we're going to spend about this much. We don't come back to the commission every single time there's a exception to an estimated amount. But if we need more money in certain ways, then that's what budget adjustments are for. That's why you review your budget mid-year or whenever you have to. But we have to have a line item budget. It's just public agency responsibility. And thank you.
Director Hammond. Perhaps we should ask Randy how other departments in the county do it.
Good idea.
Yes, within the county itself, there are line item budgets that are passed, that are adopted, but the appropriation control is at what we call the character level. So a character would be something like salaries and benefits in total would be your control level. Services and supplies in total. We don't look at all the individual accounts within those characters. Obviously, your estimates are only as good as your crystal ball is clear that day that you make them. And so in recognition of that, you can exceed the actual expenses in a certain line item as long as you don't exceed at the character level. And that's how it works with the county. I can tell you that the way the county treats the library in our accounting system, our enterprise financial system, is that your appropriation control is actually at the total fund level. So if you were to pass the budget that's before you tonight, the $43.2 million is your appropriation limit, and until you exceed that amount, everything would be processed by the county. And as I say that out loud, I need to correct myself. There is a breakdown between property tax and Measure Y. Those are two separate funds. The actual property tax amount that we're proposing, I believe, is about 26.4 million, and sales tax is 16.7. Those would be your limits in each one of those funds. Does that answer the question?
Yes.
I think so.
Sort of.
So let me ask you, Anne, taking the privilege of the chair, if, would you rather, the other option for us is not to adopt the workshop, but the workbook rather, but to call another meeting so that you can give us at least more details, maybe not the boxes that are way too detailed for the commission to take a look at. I mean, we don't need to be in the weeds, but would you rather present? Does the workshop tie your hand? Does the workbook tie your hands too much? If this goes along, if this is part of the proposal?
Yes, I didn't realize that until this conversation, but yes, if you adopt the workbooks as part of the budget, then I am completely tied to those individual line items rather than having the ability to say, okay, we're not going to spend that much on small tools. We're going to move that money into service safety equipment, which would all fall under services and supplies, but not under the line items that had been approved. So if it takes another meeting to work through all of that, then that would be my preference.
Commissioner Elkins, I look at you, the finance chair, and
and I have to apologize because I'm sure it sounds like I'm all across the board here, but I understand the desire to review things from the ground up, and the workbooks have been very useful in that regard. To me, the workbooks show that the numbers that went into this budget document don't arise from thin air. They have come about as a result of a lot of thought and consideration and a lot of look at detail. So that gives me a great feeling of comfort about the summary numbers that we're seeing here. I do not feel comfortable about tying Anne's hands to the extent that every specific individual line item is going to have to be reviewed either by the commission or by the finance committee for that matter. I think that goes way beyond the level of control that we need to have to exercise our fiduciary responsibility. And I, until Jeff said so, I didn't realize that was the case. So I would be prepared to support the adoption of the budget as outlined in Tom's motion. Thank you.
Just if I can make one other comment, just to be clear, it doesn't mean that Anne will have to spend exactly that dollar number, but it means she can't, in my view, she can't exceed a line item without coming back to the commission to get an additional item. In the same way that if you adopt this one and salaries and benefits exceed the amount that you allocated, she would need to come back and get a supplemental appropriation for more money for salaries. So more level of detail, the more things will come back to you when it exceeds a number that you had budgeted.
Mm-hmm.
Given the number of items contained in the workbook, it would be a debilitating amount of work. I can foresee any number of circumstances that might require relatively trivial items to be exceeded. It feels like it would just impede all decision-making.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, we were trying to make things more flexible, just as we are going to be considering raising the limit that she has to come to us for approved spending. We're trying to make it easier to work in this challenging environment. And I think passing the workbook is not going to do that. So we can certainly vote on whether people want the amendment and then move to the main issue. Commissioner Cahill, you have your hand up again.
Yes. Let me clarify for Jeff and others. discussions that we've had in the past with Ann, I remember Ann says she believes, and this was not recent, this was a while ago, she already has the discretion to move funds between line items within a department, but that if she has to move items between a division, then she has to come to the commission. So that what my amendment would do is simply restate our current policy. For several years, we've had line items, budgets substantially similar to the workbook, posted on our website, approved by us, with appropriate breakdowns between property and sales tax. This is nothing new. We've also had discussions offline about a variety of methods to give Ann discretion to move larger amounts. One of my favorites is that she would have the ability to move anything within the budget with the approval of the chair and vice chair of the commission. So that's my view, is that all my motion would do is restate current practice and not interfere with Ann's present discretion to move items within a department.
I don't believe that that is the understanding of our attorney.
Well, I mean, you're catching me cold because you're asking me for my off the cuff answer. My off the cuff answer is I don't see anything in what's before you or hear anything as part of the motion that incorporates that flexibility. If you want that to be a flexibility, we could structure a motion that would make some decision as to what is the thing that can't be changed and what is the thing that can be changed. I'm not sure that I feel comfortable trying to write that tonight.
Right.
Well,
should we?
There is an existing policy, a written policy that the commission approved that it gives the director that level of flexibility, then that might be an answer. But I'm not sure that I'm hearing that there is such a written policy somewhere.
Right. You know, I think we're probably going to have to vote on the amendment and then vote either on the amended motion or vote on Tom's motion. So if you agree with David's amendment, please say aye.
Reese is trying to get your attention.
Oh, all right. Commissioner Clarkson.
Doing jumping jacks.
I don't see her electronic hand, so I can't see her.
Well, my electronic hand, I don't know how to get up. So you got my real hand, or sort of.
Sorry about that.
Okay, I need clarification. And I think I'm hearing Jeff say the same thing in a different way that Randy said. And that was.
But wait. Tom made a motion to approve the budget. David moved to amend it. And Barbara seconded that amendment to attach the workbook to the budget proposal that we are being asked to approve. Does that clarify it?
No, that's not my question.
Okay. What's your question?
Okay. My question is, Randy said that they pass budgets with line items and people, the staff can move those line items around as long as they don't affect the main character, which is what our summary is. Those are the main figures. And as long as they're not affecting those, they can sort of shift within the different departments. If they're going to go to another department, that's a different story. It sounded like Jeff said something very similar in a different way. Now, am I understanding Jeff correctly, or am I missing the whole thing?
I think what I was saying is you could have a motion that way don't quote me on this, but for example, if the motion was we're to approve the budget as presented with the division summaries, we are going to incorporate by reference the workshop with the understanding that the line items in the workshop and the workbooks are not binding, that what's binding are these division summaries.
Okay.
But we're adopting the workbook just as sort of guidance
and support.
I mean, in other words, if we make it clear that you're not telling Ann you have to spend only what's in each line item. And if it's clear in the motion that that's what you're saying, then I think that's fine. It just wasn't clear to me from the motion that that's what
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, if that is possible. Okay.
But I'm not sure the motion. Okay, and if,
May I say something again? I'm sorry.
yes,
I don't want to have a special meeting later this month. So I really want to go ahead with my motion. And if people want to say that we're going to look at amending that budget that we adopt tonight with this vague general categories, then I'm willing to do that. But I think we need to actually consider, if we're going to have a budget that's going to have line items, that we also come up with specific language that Jeff can help us draft that says, yes, that can be modified. And I think it's going to take us probably till next July 12th before we could get our act together to do that. So that's my comment, and you can do whatever you want now.
well, where would you?
I do agree with you that the sequence of things is you take a vote on the amendment.
Right.
If the amendment passes, it's incorporated into the motion. If it doesn't pass, then you're back to the basic motion.
Right. Okay, let's do that. How about that? All right.
How
then
about
we're
my
voting on the-
recognizing myself?
I'm sorry?
I have my hand raised.
Yes.
Okay. I want to do what Jeff said we could do and what I thought was current policy, which is to allow and to move stuff within departments after we adopt the line item business budget, as we've done for several years in the past. This is not a revolution, folks, really.
So when you're saying, sorry, go ahead. Ann.
No, I'm just, I would like Ann to just speak up and say, because we truly are trying to help you move along. We seem to be caught in a small corner at the moment, but after this conversation, do you feel that you would have the flexibility to do what you need in this very unusual year?
If we pass it with the wording that Jeff spoke about.
Hey, Jeff, over to you.
So can you withdraw, David, would you withdraw your amendment so that Jeff can make a suggestion about an amendment?
Oh, yes, I would. If my
Okay.
seconder will withdraw her second.
Well, if you withdraw, then she doesn't have anything to second.
Well, never mind. Okay.
Okay, so Jeff, can you give us some amending language?
Yes, if you give me a moment.
Bless your heart. All right, we can even come back to this.
Well, let me give you a suggestion and see if I'm
All
going
right.
in the right direction. All right.
Okay, thank
So
you.
we would start essentially with Director Hauser's motion, which is the motion would be to adopt the Sonoma County Library fiscal year 21-22 budget as presented in this document. That's part one of the motion. Part two of the motion is that the commission would adopt the workbooks as presented at the budget workshop as a guidance document, with the library director having the discretion to move line items as appropriate, so long as the budgeted amounts contained in these division summaries are not exceeded. Is that the idea of what we're trying to say?
Can you live with that, Ann?
Yes.
Works for me.
Hoorah!
Does this get, excuse me, Commissioner Newberg, does this
Yes.
get to the issue that David brought up, which is that it be clear that expenses designated as coming from sales tax are only to be spent on those expenses that the sales tax was designated for? I think that was one of the concerns of Director or Commissioner Cahill, was that it be clear that you can't move funds from sales tax into things that should be paid with property tax.
Yeah, my suggestion, I don't think you have to be that specific. Agencies deal all the time with restricted funds. And that you can, if there is a legal restriction on what a fund can be used for, you can only use it for that purpose. So I don't know that you have to specify. If there is a desire to specify, to be more specific for a different reason, like transparency, that's a whole nother matter. But legally, I think the motion carries with it that on any particular expenditure, you have to follow whatever the rules are for the funding source you're using for that expenditure.
Right, and I believe we just want to track the stuff. We're not trying to force someone to, we're not making those kinds of decisions in the line item budget. And Randy, you had your hand up, and I think I missed you. Sorry.
Yes, one thing that I wanted to point out is, whereas I understand the desire to limit the budget at the department or the division level, I think the reality is that most of the expenses that we see once they're actually posted in the system are more at the fund level. So I'm wondering if it's possible to look at limiting that or making that appropriation control at the quote unquote fund level. You have a sales tax fund and you have a property tax fund. Including each of those funds are all of your departments and your divisions. But I wonder if you shouldn't have a higher level control rather than at a department level, or I'm sorry, at a division level. Just as a suggestion, just because as I've been working more and more at the library, where expenses are actually posted, does not necessarily match up a lot of times with where it was budgeted, simply because that's how things end up getting coded. It would be a lot of work to keep up with each individual department or division budget, making sure that nothing is exceeded at their total level.
Okay.
Doyle, we have Commissioner McKenzie.
A higher level control.
Commissioner McKenzie.
Yeah, I've had my hand up about 10 minutes, but I feel that we are so seriously off track here. I don't even understand why we're going into this thing about the director being flexible. This is our responsibility. We are to pass the budget. This is our budget. We need to know what the line items are in our budget. And to the point that the county is doing our accounting for us, but we're responsible for the budgeting. If we budget $450,000 and we spend $500,000, that item comes up at a finance committee meeting, we go, oh, we're over budget or we're under budget. I don't see this issue of flexibility. I don't understand it. I don't even understand the concept of what we're talking about. And I vehemently am going to oppose passing any budget that doesn't include with the agenda, part of the packet, a line item budget. And that's the last thing I'll say. I know you're sick of hearing me talk about it, but I feel so strongly about us. We're a public agency with public funds. It's our responsibility as a commission to pass a budget that is completely understandable. And as David said, completely transparent. That's our job. Thank you.
Commissioner Cahill, one last shot.
Yes, one last shot. I appreciate Randy's comments, but we have other responsibilities. I think that it's best to limit the discretion of the director to within the department, as Jeff suggested. For the time being, we can change our minds next month, right? Right.
All right. So, and Jeff, we're putting you on the spot yet again.
All right.
Have you,
so here's what I've got. The motion would be to approve the Sonoma County Library fiscal year 21-22 budget as presented on pages, whatever these two pages are. That's part one of the motion. Part two of the motion.
120 and 121.
21-22, right?
120 and 121.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. The workbooks that were presented at the May, whatever date that was, budget workshop, are adopted as a guidance document to guide the library director in expenditures. The library director has the discretion to move funds between line items within a division, provided that the expenditures in any division may not exceed the amount budgeted.
Second.
And can you live with that?
Absolutely.
I have a
Okay.
question. Did Jaylene write that down carefully?
It's recorded.
It is
Yeah.
recorded. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. And it is from pages 120 to 122.
Or is that the additional notes? Okay. I neglected the additional notes. All right, then we are going to, we're going to vote on that.
Well,
Let's be sure that
It
we've
has
got
to be
enough-
moved by someone, not
It-
someone
it
who's
did-
a commissioner.
I can't move it.
No, I thought, oh, David seconded it. Ah.
It's a friendly amendment to my motion. I accept his revised motion as my motion.
That's it.
Second.
So- All right. So we are voting on Commissioner Hauser's amended motion.
No,
to
we're
approve.
voting on the amendment to my motion, which is David's motion, which is now actually Jeff Mitchell's motion language.
Yes.
So we
So
have
if
to-
we vote yes on this, then Jeff's language will be what would have to vote on to approve my motion.
the amended motion. Okay, thank you very much.
2 votes.
It's getting dark. Okay. The amended, we're voting on the amendment. Commissioner Cahill,
Yes.
Commissioner Elkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Foxen,
Yes.
Commissioner Heavenridge,
Yes.
Commissioner Hauser,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
No.
Commissioner Mulford,
Yes.
Commissioner Newberg,
Yes,
Commissioner Parker,
Yes.
Commissioner Schneider,
Yes.
and I'm voting yes also. Okay, so now we are going to vote on the amended approval of the proposed budget. Commissioner Cahill,
Yes.
Commissioner Elkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Foxen,
Yes.
Commissioner Heavenridge,
Yes.
Mr. Hauser,
Yes.
Mr. McKenzie,
No.
Commissioner Mulford,
Yes.
Mr. Newberg,
yes,
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
Mr. Schneider,
Yes.
and I'll make it a 10-1. Thank you all very much. I know this is challenging. And we have no action items by resolution. The next item on the agenda is, it's hard to believe, but it's been a year, and it's time to nominate chairs and vice chairs. So do we have a nomination for the commission chair?
I hate to mention this, but we have a bunch of stuff under 9.X, including approving the Sonoma County Reimagining Plan and a bunch of other items under 9.
You know, I was looking at that and I thought that was all on the consent agenda, and I was
It
amazed.
is.
It's
It's all
all
consent.
It was all on the consent agenda, my dear.
Oh,
What?
okay.
Madam Chair, the reimagining plan was on the consent calendar?
Yes.
Well, we have been talking about it for, we've been talking about it for a long time. This was, and I assumed you had changed your mind.
No, that's a mistake on my part by not having a paper agenda. I flipped through the beginning of this too soon. I definitely, I know it's, too late. We've already passed it, but I will be really upset if we don't talk about the details of this reimagining plan before we pass it. So I don't know. I guess it's too late, but through you to our attorney, is it possible to reconsider an item that we passed on the consent calendar? Pull it at this late date?
You would need a motion to reconsider, a second, and then a majority vote.
Okay. I move to
I have my hand up.
reconsider that item.
Second.
All right, we'll vote on that.
We want to have discussion first.
Oh, sure.
Well, let
Commissioner
me just,
McKenzie, do you want to, Commissioner McKenzie, this is your, really, you have, you're upset about this. Why don't you tell us about why you're upset about the reimagining plan?
Well, we've talked about the general themes often, we have, but we haven't talked about any of the details. And the first time I saw the details were when I got the agenda on Friday night. There are things in there, the draft motion is and this is why I was confused about the consent calendar. There's a motion on here. It says, I move that Sonoma County Library Commission approve the reimagining plan as presented. So if we adopt this as presented without examining any of the detail within it, I feel like, again, it's a default on our responsibility. There are a lot of details in here that are, just let me cite a couple of these things. And by adopting the plan, I mean, this sets it in motion. I mean, this is our strategic plan for the next number of years. One of the things that really stood out to me under supporting.
But before we move on, the thing is, we were going to be, I'm not sure that we need to have discussion about this if what we're trying to do is pull it from the agenda item so that we can have additional discussion.
Fine.
I think that we need to, I think we at least need to vote to see whether we need this discussion.
You just asked me to make the case, so I was trying to do
No,
that.
I appreciate that. I just sort of went into automatic pilot, but I think if most other people are happy with the reimagining plan as adopted, then we can certainly talk about it later, but I'm not sure that we need to talk about it today. So let's just, so it's been moved, it's been seconded to pull it. So Commissioner Cahill, do you want to
Yes.
pull it? Yeah,
we should pull it. This is my mistake.
Commissioner
I
Elton.
move to adopt the consent calendar without realizing the reimagining plan was included.
Okay.
I fully
We-
expected to
we're just
discuss
going-
it.
You voted. Thank you. Commissioner Elkin.
No, I like the reimagining plan as articulated. I don't
Commissioner
think.
Foxton, thank you. Commissioner
Reese,
Fox-
I'm still thinking.
It's a bad
Commissioner-
sign.
Call me.
You want me to come back?
Yes,
You're-
please.
All right. Commissioner Heavenridge,
Yes.
you want to pull it? You want to pull it?
Do I want to pull it? Is
Do you
it-
want to?
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Excuse me. No, I don't. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Hauser,
no,
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes, I made the motion.
Commissioner Mulford,
No.
Commissioner Newberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Parker,
Yes.
Commissioner Schneider.
No.
Okay, and I'm going to vote no also. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that right? And Commissioner Foxen.
Da-da-da-dum.
Commissioner Foxen, are you on mute?
No, I thought I said, okay, sorry. Yes, pull it.
Okay. All right. Let's have a conversation. But before we start that conversation, I think Anne needs to talk about, I'm not sure that, is Diane Satchwell here with us this evening? But Anne, I think you probably need to talk about what, after we heard from Diane, then the staff added details to it. And I think it would be helpful for you to talk about that part of it.
So yes, we did all of the listening sessions, the surveys, the interviews that you have heard about before. Diane collected all of the information and sorted it for us. She gave that to the staff work group, and they went through and came up with those 10 high-level overarching themes that were presented to the commission. The commission requested that we narrow it down more. And so we took that back, developed, kind of synthesized that into 3 main goals, and then gave that back to the staff. And we had a lot of staff input from the work group that was initially formed as part of the reimagining plan. And then from public services staff, from the managers, from the Latinx Advocacy Committee, from the Queer Advocacy Committee, a lot of input on these particular goals and how we can develop measurable objectives to meet those goals. I was extremely impressed with the work that the staff did. I think they took this quite seriously. They were looking at it through the lens of what is best for the community and how can we be leaders within our community in these various areas that we heard loud and clear are of supreme importance to our patrons, to our community members, to our fellow citizens. And so we are going to do our best to move forward and to be innovative and leaders in these areas, promoting learning and literacy, equity for the community, climate change. These are all things that are really, really important in the community. And I think looking at it, you will see that we have a role to play here. We have different ways that we can move forward for the sake of the community that are, some of them are more traditional library activities and some of them are not, but that's okay. This is a different environment and we're changing with it.
Thank you very much. And certainly if we need a robust conversation about this, then we've already passed the budget. I know that if we pass the reimagining plan, that would help your staff tremendously. But if if this doesn't give us enough time to talk about it, we can certainly continue to talk about it. So, so with that, is there someone who hasn't talked at the commission meeting thus far that wants to say a few words about this? Those of you who wanted to have additional conversation.
Always me. Huh.
Well, there were also four or five others. So, so I think that those conversations before, and Commissioner Cahill and Mackenzie, I would like to call on Commissioner Parker because she so rarely says something, and it's always relevant. So, Commissioner Parker.
That was sweet to say. Thank you. I really applaud the notion of looking outside of oneself for growth, and think that these goals that the consultant and the staff work group have put together are admirable. They're aspirational. They give us all feeling that we are part of something bigger, and there's no complaining about that. But I have two concerns. One, the reimagining plan feels so forward-looking. I fear that the people who love the library as a library may feel that somehow we are changing our direction, that we are losing focus on archival and research materials and providing a quiet place to read and but not a shush quiet place to read. These are the advocates for the archives are a very important part of our community as well. And their voice doesn't come across at all in the reimagining plan as I read it. And I think that's a mistake to not include what I find, something like 20% of Sonoma County are over 65, and that's only going to grow. So as much as we're looking at youthful needs and teen needs and reaching kids in their unique settings, instead of forcing them to come to the libraries, maybe we should also remember that we are a library and we house amazing resources, and we don't want to turn off that community. Anne mentioned measurable objectives, and that's what I find is missing in the plan as it's currently presented. I just don't know when anything is starting or stopping or how we know it's been a success. and I know it's early going, but it just feels so vague. And coming on top of the vague budget, the newly imagined budget format, it was, to me, I just need more concrete. So that's my 2 cents.
And I will say that I believe that this is supposed to last for about 3 years. So there are going to be some things that perhaps are fleshed out down the road. And I'm not trying to speak for you, Anne. I just I think that was part of our group conversation about this when we started talking about the reimagining plan. Commissioner Cahill.
Yes, I have two kinds of issues with this. I think it's generally a really fine plan. It lacks metrics, especially when goals conflict. And I cannot resist raising the example that I raised in the Finance Committee. Suppose we want to buy a bibliobus. Are we only allowed to buy an electric one? Because anytime we buy an internal combustion engine vehicle, we're hurting climate action. So there's a plain conflict between any purchase of vehicles and forwarding climate change. That's the first thing, is we don't, if we're supposed, are you going to be having a point score for every purchase to see what parts of the reimagining plan they get pluses and what minuses? It's not clear. It's a lot of really good ideas. The other one is the underserved communities and the radical restructuring of staff. I approve of sending staff into juvenile hall. Others may disagree. This is part of our mission to serve the underserved. I'm just not sure how it's supposed to work. And I don't want the staff to think that all of a sudden half of them in the next year are going off to serve the underserved communities. I don't know how it's supposed to work.
Well, I would say that it is not the commission's role to say where the staff goes. That is not our role. And so if with this reimagining plan, things are supposed to change, then the director will tell us that. And we can certainly have a robust conversation about it, but we're not in the staffing business. I think that it's a dangerous thing for a commission to think that they can direct a director in terms of staffing. Commissioner McKenzie, your hand is up.
Yeah, we as commission, we don't say the branch manager from here should go to there. I agree on that level of staffing. This is a policy decision that is very definitely a commission responsibility. If we want to just take the example that David brought up, this is a policy that our employees would no longer work in our branches, but be sent to, and again, this isn't, part of my issue here is with language. This doesn't say discuss or consider or whatever. This says radically redefine branch staffing to allow staff to meet the public where they are, consider new and alternative positions and assignments. Radically different. I mean, that's a radical statement. It's not consider it, it is a statement on this. The point about that David brought up was something else I was going to bring up here, if I can find it really quickly. Formalize, not consider formalizing, but formalize partnerships and assign library staff to specific roles to support youth in alternative or transitional situations, e.e. juvenile hall, probation, foster care, alternative special ed, working with youth organizations, organizational partners, etc. Now, this may be a fabulous idea, but this is a radical policy decision with sending our staff off-site to other places. The commission, it's a commission's responsibility. That's a policy matter. And this is the kind of thing that I mean in here. These aren't discussion items. These are set. If we make a motion to pass this, this is the plan. These are the items. These are the commitments. And so I just want to talk about this kind of stuff before. David said he thinks it's a great idea to send employees to juvenile hall. Maybe everybody else does too. I mean, always, but we need to talk about that. That is our job, on the policy side. And there is, this document is loaded with policies. This is,
Well,
says,
I also will point out that the staff has been talking to us about equity, diversity, and inclusion for at least 2 years. And these are some of the ways, as we have talked to the community, as we have reached out to see what they need, these are some of the concepts and ideas. I don't think that they're instituted policies. The library hasn't adopted these policies. So they're trying to put the good work that they have done with the community in the last couple of years into action. And I think that I think that that's a call that we should celebrate, frankly. But it's also, I'm sorry.
but we have to discuss it. All these items, these details, we're seeing for the very first time. The things that are policy, and they don't say discuss it or look into it. I mean, this is a policy that if we adopt it, this is the plan. These are for sure kind of items. It says we're going to hire a diversity consultant. Well, I think the commission should have a debate about these issues, right or wrong. But we need to talk about it. That's
Commissioner McKenzie, staffing is, I don't believe that staffing is our job, but hold that thought. We can continue to talk about this, but Commissioner Elkin, you have something to say? And Diane Stashville is with us. So if we have questions for the consultant who is helping us work on this plan, she's here now. Commissioner Elkin.
We have been, as a commission, I feel like we have been brought along from the very beginning in terms of the purpose of the reimagining plan, the process. We were invited to contribute to it. We were invited to reach out to others to encourage them to participate. As Anne and Diane and the library staff have reviewed the information, they have shared with us over the past months in increasing detail what has emerged as the main themes. To me, there's nothing new here other than a clearer and, in my view, very well stated summary of the information that's come out of this process. We could, I believe, quibble about the use of the word plan. To me, this is an aspirational document. This is a direction. This is telling us, here's where the library needs to go over the next 3 years. None of these items rises to the level of a plan, which in my view indicates who will do what by when and how will we measure it. Those are specific actions that will come out of this. But in terms of the direction that this document sets, I think it's great. I applaud the work that's been done. And I feel like for us to now suddenly after we've been brought along the whole way to say, whoa, wait a minute, we weren't involved, seems to miss the point. It's coming across to me as resistance to change rather than as anything else. So I very much endorse this, and I appreciate the work that's gone into it. Thank you.
I'd also like to point to page 3. Just the Anne's summary of the reimagining plan. The first year of this effort will focus on analysis, planning, and positioning to ready our organization to accomplish what it needs to do. Years 2 and 3 will demonstrate ever increasing responsiveness, innovation, and excellence in a library service and collections. This is not going to happen tomorrow. We will have plenty of time to talk about this. We will plenty of time to listen to how the staff really wants to reach out to work with the community. There is no possibility of change within the next 2 weeks, and so I think it's wonderful that the staff has come up with all of these ideas. I keep saying that this is an unusual year, and it would have been lovely if we had been able to, see all of this as it was going on. But in addition to coming up with actual projects and suggestions for what they wanted to do with the reimagining plan after getting all the larger goals in place. They also had to do the reopening, and I'm not, this is not an apology. They can do anything. They can do all of those things at once. But if we need additional time to talk about this, then we can, certainly. But I would like to hear from some voices of people who wanted to have some additional conversations. Commissioner Newberg, for example. Is this as much conversation as you'd like?
No, I would first, if it's not a plan, then why are we calling it a plan? The other commissioner who wants us to make sure that we don't see it as a plan, then we shouldn't call it a plan. I tend to agree with Commissioner Parker that and Commissioner Cahill that I'd like to see in it. I'm not saying that I don't approve of everything that's gone into it so far, but before we adopt it as a plan that we're going to take action on, for example, that we're going to have someone designated from some place, presumably central, to go out into these places and bring our services to juvenile hall. I'd like to have some say in what kind of training that person should have, and perhaps have a say in whether or not they should be an employee that is based in central headquarters and not train people from each of our branches to be able to go to juvenile hall or the county jail or any of the other places. I definitely approve of outreach to marginalized communities and underserved communities, but I'm not sure I agree that I want to hire a diversity consultant. And as the chair has said that we're not in charge of hiring, we had to approve, or at least the majority of the commission had to approve deputy director position. I think we should have to approve any other positions that are imagined in our reimagining plan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Cahill.
Yeah, I must disagree with our noble chair about the question of what is and is not our role in staffing. If it is the case, as the chair indicates, that it is not our job to deal with staff assignments, then everything in the plan that says staff should do this or do that should come out and should not come before us, including the radical reimagining and reassignment. If it stays in, which I think might happen, then it becomes a policy directive saying, do this. This is the commission's role. Frankly, I think that it is the commission's role to say, if we're going to radically restructure, that here's what you should do. So I'm going both ways here. I think that it is our job. But if it isn't, it should come out.
It's a plan. It doesn't, plans change, but we hear what you're saying. Commissioner Schneider. And then we're going to wrap this up.
Yeah, so quickly, I just want to go back to the amount of input that came into this plan on page 3, and the community conversations, the all staff listening sessions, the one-on-one interviews, the public listening sessions, the stakeholder session, a teen survey with 402 responses. And I feel like it's that this this plan is driven by the community, and that we, as the commissioners, should listen to the community when the community speaks, and not go in and start moving the gears and pulleys because we think that's our job. And we definitely should stay out of staff positions, but I don't think voting for this plan is doing that, is getting into the way of staff. I think it's got an incredible amount of work that the library staff put a lot of effort into it. And we supported the process, and we supported the director's effort to make this plan. And I'm fully in support of it as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah,
Yeah.
can I say something? Okay.
Okay.
I think this is fabulous. I think it's absolutely fabulous. It's far reaching. It's making some of the changes that need to come about and have needed to come about for a while. My thing about it, and the reason what my debate was, okay, on one hand, I think it's really great. I would have liked to have had a better explanation or a deeper explanation of what the thinking was behind why they focused on this. And I know it's what the community said, but what drew them to focus on this in particular when the community and the various stakeholders said that this was important? What was the reasoning that the community was giving, that these stakeholders were giving to decide that this was what needed to be on these pages? I would have liked to have had a better explanation of that. And that could come in the future. It doesn't have to be today. But that was my hesitation and why I wanted some discussion, because I was curious to know how these other people thought and what their hesitations were about just adopting it. And so anyway, that was my thinking. So at some point in time, I would like Anne, various staff members, what was it that drew you to this particular thing? And climate action, which is totally destroying us, is such a little teeny thing stuck over here under resiliency, and it could be in about a half a dozen other places. So that's also my passion. So anyway, that was my comment.
Thanks very much, Commissioner Parker. And then perhaps Diane Satchwell could. I know that there were incredible details that are not in this reimagining plan, only because it would be 90 pages long. So Commissioner Parker first.
Thanks. I'm curious just how the staff participated in this and their level of input. I get a little worried about this being released broadly, and some of the staff that we've had interactions with don't seem quite so flexible, as maybe all readers are not quite as flexible. I worry that they're going to worry that their jobs are in danger, or that they're going to be asked to do things that they're not comfortable doing, or that they're going to be kind of annoyed and frustrated with this. I see that staff participated in the breakout sessions and the listening sessions, but I'm anxious that this is going to come as a big surprise and a bonk on the head to some of our staff. Do you have any feedback? Maybe Anne can address that for me.
Sure. So as has been mentioned, we had a all staff listening session, and then staff were invited to contribute virtually if they could not join the session. Subsequent to that, many staff took part in the other listening sessions for the community, for the stakeholders. There was a staff work group composed of members of virtually every department in the library who refined the overarching themes and developed the goals. And then there was a further effort by staff, by the work group, by the branch managers, the various other committees within the library. There was all of those goals that you see listed there came from the staff. So this is not going to come as a surprise or a shock to anyone. This is what the staff want to do. And I think it is very commendable and I'm just extremely proud of the job that they've done.
That answers a big question for me. Thank you.
Thanks.
And Diane, can I sneak, I think Mr. Hauser, Commissioner Hauser had his hand up, and then we'll try to wrap this up with your final comments. Commissioner Hauser?
Well, we're talking about whether it's a plan or an aspiration. And so I'm planning on drinking less alcohol this coming year, New Year's Day, I say. Okay, that's a plan. It's also an aspiration that may or may not get accomplished. And that's the way I look at any kind of plan like this. It's an aspiration. We don't know. This isn't saying that I'm going to plant a cherry tree in my backyard this year. It's a lot of aspirations that may or may not actually get accomplished, but they're things we need to think about. And since I've been on this commission, when we have action items at the bottom of the item, the description, they have strategic priorities, goals, and objectives, which come from our last plan 5 or 6 years ago, whatever it was. And so these are things that are looked at, and I don't think it's radically, maybe some of the concepts are very different, but I don't think the calling it a plan is a negative thing. It's an aspiration in my mind.
Ms. Satchwell, you're here. Is there something that you would like to add as you're listening to this conversation?
I just want to say that, I commend the commission for reaching out to all the various community members and really looking at how things changed, what the needs were for the community. Having 95 different interviews of organizations, community members, having the staff reach out to very unique organizations and find out what's different, what's happening, I think is an important thing to look at. The other piece, having all the teens be so engaged and care about what they want in their libraries. I mean, we had the teen librarians did an incredible job. And I think we need to look at, we look at what we want the libraries to look at. But I think right now with everything that's happening in Sonoma County, this is your opportunity to really embrace what the community needs, what the community strives to become. And this has given the commission the sort of the outline of what we need to look at for the future of Sonoma County. And Anne and her staff have looked at all those pieces and said, this is how we need to move forward. These are the changes that need to be made. This is how we need to help who lives in Sonoma County. And I cannot emphasize that enough. So much has changed in our world because of COVID, and we need to be there for our community members. And this is an opportunity for Sonoma County Library to be that lead.
Thanks, Diane.
I'll get off the soapbox now.
Thanks, Diane. All right, we're going to wrap this up. Karen's going to, Commissioner Schneider's going to make one last comment, and then we're going to vote to approve, or we'll take a vote on approving it. Commissioner Schneider.
So I just want to go back very briefly to the example of the juvenile hall, which, by the way, I think is a great idea. But that whole page, those descriptions begin with EG, which is Latin for by example. It's just there are just examples given of possible things that could be done. It's not a directive. And I just, that's the nature of this document, I think, is that it is full of great examples of things that could be done. So that's my comment.
Okay. So we're,
Commissioner,
Yeah.
I want to say one more thing. I so much agree that it's fantastic that we're listening to our teens. But I've heard, most, and maybe it's, because of my own background, most of the younger people that I heard from are outraged that essentially a library facility is being taken out of Forestville. I have seen nothing in our reimagining plan or in any of our budget plans or anything to take advantage of the fact that there's going to be a multi-million-dollar building that was designed as a library facility that's not going to be used as one. There's nothing in our plans or our budget to expand library service in Forestville. There are going to be 500 students moving from their library facility in Forestville to a totally inadequate high school library facility in Sebastopol. Most of the young people I've talked to that are concerned about use of libraries loved having a place to be in a library, and they're not going to have it, and we're not doing anything about it. It's not in our plans. It's not in our budget. So that would be, something I'd like to have some information on why those people weren't consulted, or if consulted, their responses didn't get into this outreach to the community.
okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. So we're going to vote on approving the Sonoma County Library Reimagining Plan. Commissioner Cahill,
We
Yes.
have a motion.
I don't,
If
Do
we
we actually
don't,
need a
I'll make a motion to approve it.
You do need.
I'll second it.
and I'm sorry, who was the second? Paul, thank you.
Paul,
Okay. Commissioner Cahill,
Yes.
Commissioner Elkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Foxen,
Yes.
Commissioner Heavenridge.
yes.
Yes, Commissioner Hauser, Commissioner
Yes.
McKenzie.
I'm going to abstain over the lack of clarity in the language.
Commissioner Mulford. Commissioner Mulford, you're on mute.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Newberg,
No,
Commissioner Parker,
Yes.
Commissioner Schneider,
Yes.
and I'll make it a yes also. Thanks very much for the robust conversation. We are now back down to 12. Does someone want to nominate someone for the chair of the commission?
I do. I nominate Deborah as chair for next year.
And I second it.
Anyone else? Any other nominations?
Deborah, do you want to explain the process to the new members of the commission?
Commissioner Foxen, why don't you do that? Since you spoke right up.
Okay. We're taking nominations. You can also self-nominate. And between now and when the packet comes out in July, each person who's been nominated for either chair or vice chair has to write a statement as to what they want, why they want to do it, what they want to, whatever they think, why they think they'd be able to do it, et cetera, et cetera. And then in July, we will have those statements and we will vote. Then that chair has a month, or not quite a month, I guess, and to work with the old chair or keep moving forward as the case may be, And in August, they officially become the chair and the vice chair. So is that clear enough?
That's pretty clear. And if committee members want to change committees or are interested, and if we create new committees, this is the time to speak up and say what you'd like to, I mean, not right now, but within that period of time. So are there any other nominations for chair or self-nominations for chair?
Chair Doyle, we have Commissioner Cahill.
Commissioner Cahill.
Yes, I am happy with the existing nomination. I wanted to nominate Tom Hauser for vice chair.
Ever forward.
Glad to move things along.
There we go. Any other nominations for vice chair? All right. Well, if you're shy, but you want to self-nominate, you still have a month. So, or at least the deadline for the package. Okay. Thanks, everybody. And with that, we're going to move into a closed session with our labor negotiator. And it should be a short session, I understand. So we will see you on the flip side. Thank you, everybody, for joining in tonight.
That I sent myself,
Yeah.
I'm able to open it in Pages.
Paul, do you need some help joining?
There we go. Sorry. Yeah, I was knocked off there for a second.
No
I'm sorry.
No problem.
I don't know why. I think my internet's a little funky.
Do you see the message to join the room?
No, I'm not seeing it. Let's see. Could you send it again?
I can try it. 1 second.
Okay. Still don't see it. I'm still.
If you don't see a message, you might have to rejoin because
Okay. Do you want me to leave
I've
and
already
rejoin?
added you.
Okay, weird. Okay, I'll leave and come back.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to send you over.
All right.
You should have a
There you go.
message now. All right, great.
we all back here? Looks like, all right. We are reconvening the open session. There was no action taken in the closed session pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, which brings us down to 15 agenda items for future commission meetings. We have talked about talking about some policies that give Ann more flexibility in terms of spending. We're going to see them in the Finance Committee first, I believe, and then we're going to, and then if the Finance Committee decides to pass them along, we will be considering them at the next commission meeting. Anything else? I would like to, because with the changes in funding and some of the staff being able to go to conferences and things, it would be lovely to hear from the staff maybe some things that they have learned and want to implement or apply to the library world. They're just, the California Library Association was, as Ann said, was really terrific this year. And then the fundraising conference, ALA is also coming up. And then there's an additional, conferences everywhere, and they don't even have to be library conferences, but it would be lovely to hear from the staff about things that they're applying to work with our community. Anybody else? Well, if you have ideas, do get in touch. And with that, our next meeting is the first Monday of, it's hard to believe. No, wait, it's not. Second Monday.
No,
Second Monday of July.
it says Tuesday, July 12th here.
Does it? I can't even see it. Yeah, it must be in a different, oh, you are so right. Tuesday, July 12th. Golly.
Well, I don't think that's not the right date, isn't
I don't think that is
12th
either.
a Monday?
No, my
July 12th is a Monday.
my apologies. It should have read.
No.
Yeah, it is Monday, July 12th.
It's a different year.
That's right. July 12th. Well, at some point, we have been meeting on Monday, mostly, I think, because in earlier years, the library was closed on Monday. Monday, though, always conflicts with holidays, mostly conflicts with holidays. So if we wanted to shock everyone and decide not to meet on a Monday, I think that would make the staff crazy probably, but who knows? Let's take a look at the calendar. Not for next month, but looking to the future, you might consider that.
I would like to see us meet late enough in the week that when the packet doesn't arrive over the weekend.
Thank you, Commissioner Schneider. And perhaps we can talk about that packet. Perhaps we might not need absolutely up-to-date information, but we could make the deadline earlier so that people don't have to be reviewing the packets on the weekends, but we'll see what we can do about that.
Yeah, I think Karen is right on that. I'm tired of the Friday afternoon surprises, frankly.
All right, well, I think that would throw all kinds of lab meetings and friends meetings and staff meetings in disarray, but let's have a conversation about that. And with that, does someone want to move to adjourn? Do we have to move to adjourn?
I so move, Paul.
I think you could just adjourn.
All right,
Yeah.
then we just will adjourn. But thank you, Commissioner Hauser. We'll talk to each other soon. Take care.
Good night.
Bye.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Bridget and Mike.
Have a good night. See you bright and early. Well, experience being at work bright and early. Bye.
Bye.